Attention in the barn. Classes are broke and they're in the process of printing off the papers, and they will post them up by the office as soon as they get them printed. We will start here shortly, so they are broke. We're just a little time to get them printed, and then we'll get going.
Thank you.
Good morning. Here in about 5 to 10 minutes, we will have classes posted. Once we have those posted, we'll announce, and then we will begin with the AOBs. Give us a few minutes, we'll get those printed and hung up, and we will be able to begin. Classes are posted. We are going to begin at 10:45 a.m. Classes are posted. We will start with the AOB. That is Land Race, Hereford, Tamworth, Red Wattle, and Meashan. That will be shown in the AOB. Classes are posted. Please check those. We will begin at 10:45 a.m. They will be posted on the Remind app as well. We will post those to Remind. First call, Class 1 AOB. First call, Class 1 AOB. Second call, Class 1 AOB. Second call, Class 1 AOB. First call, Class 2 Lightweight Burks. First call, Class 2 Lightweight Burks. As we begin the day, we want to welcome our judge, Mr. Doug Albright. If you'll please put your hands together, thank him for coming down and sorting our livestock today.
Good morning, Snyder, America. Can everybody hear me? I know it's not a Friday night football game in Texas, but how are we over here? We got one loud one. How about over here? A little better. The Peanut Gallery? That's the happiest you're going to be all day. Well, folks, and again, this is the first jackpot of the year, okay? So minor suggestions. These are just kind of what I see in these things. Don't get down. Don't get too high. Just use these as practice. These are opportunities to get pigs in the ring, see what they look like in the ring, see how it all comes together. This weekend's, about fun, getting pigs out, and seeing where we're at long term. So don't take anything that I say as a huge negative. I'm going to try to be positive. We need to kind of keep things together within this, your positive attitudes, I guess, driving these things, throughout the winter and as we go. In a very unique class to get us fired up in here with white OPBs, and you have differences, right? And we're going to have some differences amongst this particular group. And on the top end of this particular pair, I think you've got one that's just so much stouter than the other one, and you have one that's maybe just a little bit more comfy. And I think you can make an argument either way. For me, the young man in the black's got the far-reaching one. That one's stouter armed. He's bigger in his hind leg. Once he gets settled in, he becomes he becomes just as comfortable out here. Ideally, where he sets there, the top of his shoulder, something you want to watch a little bit. But at the same time, his extra stoutness, his feature, his length of body reads to me like a big-time player to Texas Major within that particular breed. Young ladies, white bear here that comes across. He is just a notch taller shouldered. That bear is a little better there in terms of the angulation to his blade. Is he as ready today? He's not. I get, concerned about his cheek and his throat relative to his feature down low. Does it all fit long term? I think if you bring him along, let him mature at the right pace, everything fits very well. Then the other one on the far side there, certainly not a bad pig, just a third in a very good class. I want to watch his rear leg, watch him become just a little bit more comfortable. As weight progresses, I can see that pig flexing and getting more comfortable there as he goes. Again, first show jitters, getting it all out, but a pig that I still think is very, very high quality, has a very, very bright future. I wouldn't be surprised if any three of these get along very well when we get into January and February. My congratulations to our first class. Put your hands together for them as they head back.
Final call, Class 2, lightweight Berks. Final call, Class 2, lightweight Berks. Placings, Class 1 AOB. First place, Braylon Creech. Second place, Landry Brooks. And third place, Creed Spencer. First call, Class 3, middleweight Berks. First call, Class 3, middleweight Berks.
Very good class. The lightweight Berks to get us fired up. Young lady in the light blues got our class winner within this particular drive, and it's pretty undeniable, in my opinion, for a Berkshire breeder. They don't come around looking like that every day in terms of the way that his head and neck ties into the top of his shoulder, the angle that he's got up front, and then the stoutness that he has to his underpinnings, I think is very unique and very fun to study. His build, his proportions, and still packing enough, at this particular size and weight, I think is a very, very nice pig. And you have to read a lot more maybe into this particular bear, and you can slide, I think, second through fifth all around, however you'd like, and I wouldn't be one to argue with you. His balance matches our class winner from the side in terms of his height to shoulder. The way that he proportions from the profile, I think, is very, very good. At the same time, relative to this particular class, does he have as much punch? No, but we're talking lightweight Berkshire hogs that I think have plenty of time. I think he's got a very bright future. The young man that comes out next, I think one of the harder decisions for me in this particular class was between third and fourth. This hog is really robust, and he's broad-backed and big-pinned. He's got the big booty working as he gets it and goes away. But the way I study that particular hog's rear leg becomes a concern for me. He uses more of his hip and not enough of his hock, tucks his hind leg up underneath him. But, man, he's wild-looking, big-muscled, big-legged. His extra feature was the deciding factor for me over the gilt that's going to be in 4. Now, I'll understand and admit for sure that the gilt is shorter-bodied and taller-shouldered. But at the same time, she has what maybe as a Berkshire breeder I'm thinking about all the time right now. She is the more fragile-footed, fragile-featured gilt. She becomes the shortest in her upper hip when we compare her to the bear ahead of her. But still a very high-quality gilt, in her own right. And then we have the bear in 5. This bear becomes just the off-balanced one for me. Presented incredible. A young lady does an absolutely phenomenal job driving this particular show pig. He becomes the long-bodied, low-shouldered option. I get more concerned about how that comes together. I think as you bring him along at the correct pace, it all will stay. But I think long-term, he becomes a longer-bodied, lower-shouldered bear within this 4. But still a very good show pig. My compliments to this particular class. Put your hands together for those kids as they head back to their trailers. I'll do better.
First call, Class 4, light heavyweight Berks. First call, Class 4, light heavyweight Berkshires. Second call, Class 4, light heavyweight Berkshires. Second call, Class 4, Berkshires. Exhibitors, as a reminder, if you place in the top 5, you will receive a thank you card. Please fill that thank you card out, bring to the table behind the announcer stand to receive your prize. Please fill out your thank you card.
another high-quality class of Berkshires. And for me, I think the deciding factor is flex and bend and reach to their hind leg when you finally get them set in motion. The young ladies bear is going to be the choice for me in this particular drive. That bear is proportionate. He's the right length of body. It all balances and fits. His ability to flex at his rear joint and his rear leg and still maintain stoutness at the surface is the deciding factor, again, for me within that particular pair. Does the other bear open with a shot more muscle? He certainly can, and working out of the backside of his shoulder, he does have more muscularity there. He might even be just a rib shorter bodied, which is neat and fun. He's neat looking. He's got a stout a broad eye channel about him. That bear is certainly good in terms of his front end assembly. He becomes the shorter stepping, shorter in his upper rump comparatively to that particular bear that wins this class. But I think another high quality bear in his own right. Young man in the pink does a fine job driving this pig for sure. And that thing's stout mugged and big armed. He has the appendages that it takes for sure. He's got a huge blade. He's big backed. He's got a little more air underneath him. My first jackpot show probably could use just a little bit of physical fill. But for me, he's the shortest rumped, steepest hipped one that wants to tuck his hind leg up underneath him. The bear that's next, it may be just a little more traditional in terms of his head shape and his neck, lower shouldered bear, but I mean still correct in his angles, correct in terms of his comfort level down low. I just need to balance him different when we get him off to the side. This particular bear here, hard-shaped and big-backed. He's crisp and he's grooved up from his rooter to his tutor for sure. But at the same time, I need to relax his rear joints, get him more comfortable there as he goes away for me. But I think another fine class of middleweight Berkshires, if you will. Put your hands together for those kids on a job well done.
First call, Class 5 Berkshires. First call. Heavyweight Berkshires to the ring. First call. Second call, Class 5 Heavyweight Berkshires. Second call, Class 5 Heavyweight Berkshires.
Another very good trio on the top end of this particular class. And for me, I'm always a balance and a build guy, and there's one that does so to another level within this drive, and that's the young lady with the blue and white striped shirt. She's going to win this this class. He is the tall-shouldered. He is the attractive one from the side. He is the best built one when you set him in motion. Is he the EST of all the other areas? No, that would be something that from a maturity perspective, I'd like to see him come stouter in terms of his jaw, in terms of his arm, and that's where the second place bear on the far side is going to, has an advantage. Is he coarse and ugly? No, by any stretch. That particular bear, I just want to see him relax just a shade and become just more comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. He does pack just a shot more punch, and I think that pair's certainly close because of those attributes that he represents. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of those particular, have a very good show career. Young ladies bear, maybe I took just a shot longer. This guy is short-backed, big-backed, huge-ended. He's got feature and arm. I think he's a very good show pig. He needs to relax and get better in terms of his rear leg, how he uses it, and become more comfortable there in terms of his hip and hind leg construction long term. But another very high-end show pig in his own right. The young lady who drives the bear that comes next in 4, certainly stout in every regard. He's got big feature, he's got big limbs, and that runs true up front. He's stout-headed. He's stout in terms of his jaw. That hog needs to balance better, from my perspective, when you view him off to the side. Get him collected, maybe get him as he breaks and get his head higher, make it all fit just a shot better and relax his spine. But he's got the muscle. He's got some of those intangibles you can't feed. I think as he relaxes, things will get better. Young lady's hog that comes in 5 there, just the greenest and most immature for sure, one that I think has better days ahead of her as you put her on feed. I just want to see her balance just a little. She gets a little long and lower shoulder there comparatively, but a nice class. My compliments to those kids. Another good class, and we got a wild unit to use in this particular group of 5 to win this particular class, and that's the young man off to my left. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Balance, build, presentation, it all kind of fits. He needs to win. Young lady there on the far side has one that you're certainly attracted to. I want to change the way he's built out of his shoulder. He wants to push just a notch forward there, compensates just a nickel there, but he's comfy, he's big-legged, he's stout-jawed. It all balances from the side as well. I think a high-quality second-place one for sure. Young man's Big Gilt. You know, it's about judging them for quality and what they are, not necessarily what their size is. You know, I want to square up his right rear just a shade, open that one ever so slightly for this particular weight and stage in terms of lower rib cage and heart comparatively. But I think another very good one. Young man's Gilt, from her hip and tail forward, I think is one that you can be attracted to for sure. She's elegant up front. She balances in terms of being level from the top of her blade to the base of her tail. I need to change the way she utilizes her rear foot. Maybe a sand pen, some dirt, you know, weight and everything to make her relax in terms of her rear pastern, I think would move her up and make her more competitive. Then the young man's Barra, I mean, from the side, he's captivating for sure. Tall-shouldered, level in terms of his lines, but at the same time, when we start getting to these heavier weights, some of these issues relative to base and chest and knee and foot become more of a concern for this evaluator. I want to watch his front foot there, his pastern and his knee. I need to open that one. And maybe we're sitting on it. Maybe we're just giving him that gas before Denver, whatever it might be. And that certainly could be the case. If he does respond and do the things, his next level pieces from the side are certainly one to keep him on feet and see how it comes and goes. But a nice show pick for sure to land in 5. But my compliments on a very fun class. Put your hands together for them as they head back.
Beginning the Berkshire Drive, we're going to do first call, Class 6 lightweight Durocs. First call, Class 6 lightweight Durocs.
It's been a very good Berkshire show. You never know what to expect, and this particular breed is at a crossroads. Trust me, for a guy who's got enough of these at home, and I understand not all these are pure, I don't really care, but just to make them good and this colored right now in this stage of the game, it has been certainly a challenge. For me, there's one that comes with the extra bells and whistles. Young man over there is going to be our champion Berkshire. It's a very good Berkshire show, and it has nothing to do with weight. I mean, if we talk about our first class winner, that one's as geeked out, tricked out looking from the side as you certainly ever want to make one. And trust me, I'm sure around ringside, you know, what classifiers do in this particular state will do with his head doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I think he looks pretty sweet. Then we have the bear over here to my left, basic and correct and flawless from the side. Maybe doesn't have some of those extras. We have that bear that's out of the third to the last class there. Or second to last class, you know, certainly one that I'm attracted to from this side. Where does he lie from stoutness? There's another one that I think just ran into a very good one. The young lady out of the last class will be reserve.
Congratulations, Cave and Cliff for champion Berkshire and Sage Music for Reserve Berkshire. Class 6 is entering the ring. That is lightweight Durox. First call, Class 7 Durox. First call, Class 7 Durox. Thoughts on lunch? Lunch is outside. That is going to be where the concession stand is. Hermley FFA is having a concession stand with some food. And then there are some food trucks outside. There's pizza, there's hamburgers, sausage wraps, and tacos. So go out when you get ready to take your lunch break and get a bite to eat. Second call, Class 7 Durox. Second call, Class 7 Durox.
Interesting class, and if anybody tells you that lightweight red pigs are easy to evaluate and project, are just liars. Just because, guys, these things are going to change, and there's it used to be, man, you had to be green and skinny as a red one because they're going to grow so fast. Now you can kind of manage those certain things back and forth, and if you've got a favorite amongst these three, I wouldn't disagree with you. My favorite's the young man on the far side. That particular bear, I just read a lot of future in his jaw and his stoutness of head. The way that it ties into his shoulder, how big his arm is, how stout his hind leg is, and then he maintains as much comfort and balance when you view him from the side as any within this particular drive. I think he's the place to start. I really had some struggles when we put the next particular pair together because there's enough difference. I just read one you want to fix on one end and one you want to adjust maybe there on the other end of that particular pair of bears. Young ladies bear is going to go ahead and be second. I understand he's raw. I understand that hog is very green and skinny comparatively, but I feel that hog has the way that he's built out of his shoulders better than the bear that's in 3. A bear that will relax and become more comfortable as time wears on with his hind leg. Young man's bear, that's not to take anything away from this particular pig. His lines, his length to his upper hip is very good. His hind leg's more comfortable. It's longer in its design than the bear that is in second. The way that he's built there at his shoulder is one that I want to just observe long term. He becomes just a little upright, and I'm not really sure if it's him fighting the whip and wanting to kind of paddle up out of his shoulder. It's just very interesting for me from an evaluator standpoint how we see that pig long term. He could be certainly fine, and his value is certainly high in my opinion. The young man that's coming out next, super stick in this one. I wish I could show a pig as good as you can, bud, because you are out there just doing a whale of a job. And this particular gill is wild up front. She's stout in her mug. She's stout in her lower jaw. I love the way that her lines and balance fits together from the side. I just need to see her relax out of her hind leg and become just more functional in the way that it's designed long term. But up front, very good. And young man, I mean, big kudos to the way you drive them. You can show my 7-year-old a thing or two back home. A young lady's bear, certainly stout, and just maybe doesn't have the miles on him that the others do in terms of getting him broke to fit together. He's more of a down-headed, lower-shouldered bear. Long term, I still think that there's a lot of future in that particular bear. I just want to see it all fit together better when you view him from the side. But a high-quality class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 7 has entered the ring. First call, Class 8 Durocs. First call, Class 8 Durocs.
I think another good class, but the undeniable thing is to use the young man's red bear here in the center. They don't make them like that every day. When you view him from the side, in terms of the way his skeleton is laid on his body, is high level in this evaluator's opinion. He is a wild-headed, flat-backed, good-moving one that has heel, foot, and feature to another level for this particular game stage in the game. A very, very good show pig, in my opinion. A young lady in the black's got one that I think I read a lot of good future in that particular show pig. He's broad about his eye. He's broad about his forehead. I think a bear that has stoutness laid into him in terms of his indicators for sure. I think as time progresses, he'll come with more. He'll come with more in the seat of his pants. He's the next best option from a comfort and build perspective for me. Young lady's bear that just had a hernia fix there. Certainly one that's is good about his lines. He ties his head in right. He becomes just a little more upright in his shoulder and straighter there down to his knee. As he goes, I want to see him just a little more flexible out of his rear joint as he goes for sure. But at the same time, a high-quality, level, long-built bear that I think has a bright future. Young man there in the purple shirt, I love that thing's head shape. I love the way that he's built up front. I mean, this bear is, he can slide all the way up to second in this particular drive because of the way that he's got very good pieces and parts up front. I want to see that hog just relax. I think he can do it and flex and go better there from behind, make him just a shot stouter. Young lady there in the pink has got one that's, certainly long and level in terms of his spine and out through his hip and hind leg. A bear that wants to just become more complacent and compensates there at the surface in terms of his pasterns, something that I would watch long term. But a very good pig to land in 5. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, please.
Class 8 is entering the ring. First call, Class 9 Durocs. First call, Class 9 Durocs.
My only question is why the bear here to my left doesn't have seeds is the only question I have about this particular show pig. Very, very neat one. Fun to see what he looks like when we get the other red ones out. Young lady in the pink, very nice pig from the side. I love his build. I love his balance, his immaturity long term by still having a stout head. I think is very, very good. He gets out and he goes. He's comfy. Just doesn't have the intangibles that our bear that wins this particular class does. Young lady that comes out in 3. Another one that I think has a bright future. He's immature. He's good built from the side. Just doesn't maybe have the stoutness in terms of his foot, in terms of his ankle, as does our class winner and second place bear, in a comparative sense. Young lady that comes out next has got one that, certainly has, a stout head about him. He's short-bodied. I think he's comfortable. Maybe just not as elegant in his build, not as neat in his look when we compare him. Young man that comes out next, very, very good job driving this show bear. Again, maybe the balance isn't there. It doesn't drive and get his head right, make it all fit together, as does those ones ahead of him. But a very nice pig as well. Put your hands together in a great class of Red Barras.
Class 9 Durocs, you are about to enter the ring. Class 9 Durocs about to enter the ring. First call, Class 10 Heavyweight Durocs. First call, Class 10 Heavyweight Durocs.
A much more challenging class to put together because we have some outlying pieces, we've got some parts, and maybe none of them are perfect in terms of where they're at, and when we start to evaluate maturities and certain things. But the young lady on the far side is going to have our class winner here. I love her head shape and the way it ties in up high. A bear that I could use just a shot more comfort, and it looks like he's just kind of getting his bearings about being drove as a show pig, and that certainly kind of works to his disadvantage there. But I think he has a bright future. Where you land on the tall young ladies, Barra, long term, I guess is the question mark for me. That hog has got the wildest pieces we've seen in terms of his feature, in terms of his hair, in terms of his length of body. He is a wild-headed one. But at the same time, he needs more when you get into him. Now, we have a long time until January, February, wherever his end point is, and he certainly could get more. When I read his true natural width and pin set, I become just a little concerned. But I think with the ability for you guys to get him ready like you all can, I think I'm less worried about him long term. His pieces and parts are certainly next level. I think it becomes even more challenging after those two. Those two I felt like had the most unique parts and pieces without having as much of a concern. When you start putting those things together, for me, the next best built one from the side is the young lady in the purple. I have, some thoughts about her front foot long term and where her height to shoulder lies, but her comfort level and just swoop and swing, and obviously it's a girl playing with the boys, and you have to evaluate her for what she is, but she's a good pig in terms of her balance and in terms of her design from the side. I need to clean her throat just a shade, but I'm just more comfortable with her in terms of the way that she's built, at the ground. After that, I think another pig that a young lady's doing an absolutely fire-up job is right here with the white bow. That hog's extra stout in his feature. He's the broadest there in the base of his chest. He brings some ESTs within this particular class, but in terms of balance, build, and construction, I need to see that hog just longer in his step as he goes off of his hind leg. Young lady on the far side's got a bear that wants to run and get out and go. I think this hog's got an exceptionally high ceiling. He's tall-fronted, he's green, and he's raw in a good way. He's comfy there at the rear surface. I think maturity will certainly play into his favor long term. And then the young lady here with the teal shirt on got another good pig. He's robust, he's square. A hog that's just a little more forward there in his shoulder. Want to watch his front foot as time goes on. A very good class, an interesting one to think through. My compliments to those kids.
Let's put our hands together for our two ringmen. Great job for those guys. It's their first day. First stock show ever. Class 10 Durocs are entering the ring. Class 10 Durocs entering the ring.
very good class of red barras out here, and we're out of pens. That's okay. So hope Tyson can follow me back here in terms of where I'm pointing and what I got going on. And I think there's three of them. I think there's one that I just dig from a build balance, still having a futuristic look about him, and being green but not too green at this particular stage. Young man's red barra right here is going to win this particular class. Young lady right there in the pink, you've got one that I think is going to be an incredibly good big one long term. I love her skeleton. I love just the simply good stock that she represents from the side. She's incredible in her build. She's incredible in her skeleton. She looks to be having the upward turn relative to maturity in her favor. Yeah, we all can see she needs to flesh just a shot more. But, man, from the side, if all my red sows built like that, I'd have more money in my pocket. But I think a very, very good pig. Young lady, do a nice job. After that, there's certainly another one out here that I think as time goes and he becomes more comfortable and the young lady becomes more comfortable, I think the pieces and parts to this young lady's barra right here is very, very good. He's a stout-armed, stout-headed rascal that's good in terms of his underpinnings. I think a bear he's got the jawline, he's got the arm, and he's got the indicators of muscle and stoutness long term. Once we kind of get him and her more comfortable, it's all going to get real, real good. I think that bear has a very, very high ceiling in terms of where he could be good because he's so good in his skeleton, he's so good in his comfort level. I think a bear that has, again, a high, high future. After that, I think there's more concerns from a skeleton standpoint. But the one that balances and I think has some really neat indicators, the young man with the gilt coming right at me. She's broad-chested, stout-skulled. She's short-backed. With that extra shortness, becomes a little bit tighter there in her step going away. That's one thing that I would be concerned with her long-term. Young man in the purple is going to go ahead and be next, and he is a wild-headed, short-backed one. His spine gets a little tighter. He wants to tuck his hind leg. But with that extra stoutness, you're going to have some of those. But I think if you bring him along at the right pace, I think he's a bear that certainly has a very, very good future. Young lady there in the black is going to be next. Another bear that's just basic in his kind, maybe a little flatter bodied, a little plainer. You could use a shot of groceries underneath. Then the young lady here in the white's going to round us out. Bear that I need to make taller fronted and longer hipped. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids. Put your hands together for them as they head back.
We are beginning the Duroc Breed Drive. First call, Class 11 Hampshires. First call, Class 11 Hampshires.
The red pigs have been very, very good and high end, in my opinion. And I think you could make a case for numerous ones out here within this particular drive. But at the same time, we've all been, made to be very, very critical of show pigs, and so you can all break them down. Everybody around ringside, has a favorite, has one that they like this way or that way. The one that I have to make the least amount of excuses for, and the one that I think, again, like I alluded to in class, probably should have never lost his seeds. The young lady in the white's going to have our champion. We dropped that second in, and an immature, long-necked, very neat pig. But I think it certainly comes down to the two young men out here, a pair of bears that I think are wild and very, very similar maybe in where they're good. One, long-term, where he sits relative, he's small enough that I can live with it where he's at, and this bear to my right in terms of his knee, I question that when he comes right at you. The other bear that I thought was very close maybe just doesn't have that extra feature in his arm and his that front ankle, as does our champion, but he's just as wild where he's wild. Young man there on the far side is going to be reserved.
Class 11 Hampshires, you are entering the ring. Class 11 Hampshires entering the ring. First call, Class 12 Hampshires. First call, Class 12 Hampshires. Second call, Class 12 Hampshires. Second call, Class 12 Hampshires.
Very good class of hamsters here to get us started. And there's just a wild critter out here to use in this first particular class. The young lady in the white's got a very, very neat animal and when you start to build him from the side. But a very, very good pig in his own right. The bear that I thought pushed him, was going to push him, is starting to wear down, and that's the one right here in front of me. That thing has got an awesome head shape. He's broad-chested. He's good in his lines. He's starting to wear on us just a little bit, and that'd be a concern for me long-term in terms of his hip. Another bear that I think is very, very unique is the young lady here in 3. That bear I read just a notch shorter in his upper hip, a little more uncoordinated right now at this stage in the game in terms of his rear foot. But another very good pig in his own right. Young lady's done a fine job driving pigs to us all day. That comes out next. This bear is one of those that he could be anywhere within this particular class because his head's very neat. He is short-bodied and heavy-legged. I want to see that hog relax right there in his rear foot. If he does that, his uniqueness can get him a long, long way just because of his feature, his shortness of back, his proportions are very, very good. If he could relax just a nickel on his rear foot, I'd get very excited. Young man's bear that comes out next is one that's very, very highly presented. A bear that maybe just relative in this particular class, when you have hogs the same size, he gives up just a notch relative to feature and stoutness down low, but the young man does a fine job driving that particular bear. Same goes for this young man here. Another one that's stout, hairy, need to relax him there at the surface and in his spine. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 12 is entering the ring. First call, Class 13 Hampshires. First call, Class 13 Hampshires. Second call, Class 13 Hampshires. Second call, Class 13 Hampshires.
A very high quality class. And again, I'll say this a lot today. We have different maturity patterns and different end goals in mind and different places you want to show these things. I think the one that's still undeniable in this class is the young lady here in the center with the perfectly belted barra that's going to go ahead and win this class. When you view him from the side, the way that he's constructed, the way that his joints fit, everything's very, very good. You know, just the way he plants his front foot, I would watch just ever so slightly, but I think a very neat pig. Young lady does a fine job driving pigs. This bear is short back, tall-shouldered, heavy-legged. He's got maybe just a shot more in the base of his throat in terms of the depth of his throat comparatively to that bear that wins that particular class. I read our class winner just a shade longer in his upper hip than that particular bear. Young lady here in the red vest. Man, that thing is raw and neat and green in a good way. That particular bear has moments where he just doesn't get as comfortable off of his rear step. I want to see him longer in his rear step. He's a little longer-bodied bear, as I read him long-term. Young lady's bear that comes out next. I love the broadness to his forearm. His just intangibles of feature I think are very good. He proportions awesome. I read this bear as getting just a little shorter stepping out of his shoulder and off of his rear leg that I would just keep in mind as you feed that particular pig long term. This bear hits me in a few more pieces. I mean, he is long neck, but maybe a little fragile jawed. He's long in his upper hip, but maybe just a little shorter there in his step from behind. I think he's going to have to be a big pig, and that's certainly okay. I just didn't see him balancing and coming together as well. And when you start to study the way he plants his front foot, something that I would keep in mind long term as well. Young man's bear is really, really wild looking. I read him as one that you're going to have to blow on and keep his rib cage in mind. I have that fear for that pig long term. A bear that I could use just a little more length to his step, flex to his hock as we get going. But man, he's got huge legs and a wild, wild look. I wouldn't be surprised if that particular pig gets along later on. Young man's broken belted bear here, long-necked, late maturing, green, good in terms of his length to his step. A bear that's a little flatter and a little more frail in this particular class, but still very, very high quality. I told this young lady this bear is really wild looking and shapely. He becomes the shortest step in there. And maybe she's trying to break him and kind of get it all fitting together. I think as he becomes more comfortable, that'll get better as well. My compliments on a fine class of Hampshires. Put your hands together for those kids, please.
Class 13 is in the ring. Class 14, first call. Class 14, first call. Second call, class 14 Hampshires. Second call, class 14 Hampshires.
It's a very good class of Hampshires, and I think there's certainly some give and take on the top end of this particular class. If I could merge this pair of bears together, I think you could be very, very, happy with where you're headed. And I think they both have a bright future. The one that I have the least amount of concerns with is the young lady here in the pink. That particular bear is better in the angle to his shoulder. He's better in the set that he's got there in his arm and his front foot. And he doesn't sacrifice much when you compare. Is he as big in his rear pin set? Is he as long in his step from behind? Is this thin belted bear that's going to be second? That's something you can determine on your own. I need to change the way this bear is built there in his shoulder and his front foot. If he relaxes just a shade there, his link to his upper hip, and this young man has brought an absolutely fire set relative to presentation, skin and hair. It has been on fire today, and I commend him for that. I like that bear. I just need to change his front foot. Young man's bear ran into hogs are just stouter everywhere in terms of their feature and in terms of their jaw. Maturity, though, reads to be that this hog has a bright future. I think he'll get stouter. I think he'll come with more punch in terms of feature. But I think a bear that, relative to this particular class, is one that I need to, I get more concerned about down low. Now, comparatively, that hog's just better in terms of his height, the shoulder, and his balance. This young lady's gilt's huge-legged, really stout in terms of her heel, in terms of her foot. She can bend and go off of her hind leg. Her balance is a concern for me when I view her from the side. I need to prop her up front, make her tie higher into her shoulder, make her taller fronted as well to get her to balance better within this particular class. But a very nice pig to be in for. Young man's shirt, I wish I still had mine because I certainly can't fit into the one when I have that shirt. But sweet shirt for me, but at the same time, this hog is wild from the side. He is tall-fronted, flat-backed, huge-legged. He is just too straight off both ends of his body for me, and I'd like to open him just a shade there in terms of his chest. But his intangibles are hard to recreate, and I commend him for that. Young lady's bear here is long-hipped and flexible, too flat there in his front foot. I become a little more concerned about his ankle and his arm long term. I talked to this young lady. This bear is very neat from the side. He just gets out stouted in this particular class at the surface. But a great class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 14 is in the ring. First call, Class 15 Hampshires. First call, Class 15 Hampshires.
Another good class. We've got a wild critter to lead with, and the young lady over here in the candy cane colored shirt, she's going to win. A fun bear to look at and a fun bear to study. We'll look at him later when we come back. And that's not to take anything away from the mid-belted bear that the young man here has in the center. I think that one's just as wild. I mean, maybe not as stout. You can tell that in terms of his jawline. Doesn't have as much feature there to his arm and his front ankle as does our class-winning bear. But at the same time, he's shapely, he's right, he's the perfect length of body. He's good in terms of his proportions from the side. I think a very, very high-quality second-place bear for sure within this particular class. I think it gets even closer when we get into the next pair. I thought the bear that's just a little bolder in his heart, a little bolder in his mid-rib, a bear that's comfy from the side, maybe not as out there in terms of his feature and his stoutness and in his jaw and in his arm as our top pair, but the young lady to my left is going to be 3. Young lady in the pink lands in 4, and I wouldn't be surprised. This hog looks like a one that could be a very, very good big one. He's broad-chested. He's awesome in terms of his head shape. A bear that maybe not just his stout in his front foot. If we keep his front foot right and it all fleshes and comes together, I think he could be a very high-quality show pig later on in life as well. Young lady's done a fine job, and I told her that her skin and hair is absolutely on point today. That hog is stout in his feature, maybe just a little bit more like me up front. Could be better cheeked, could be better throated. I want to fill him up and drop his spine just a shade within this class of high-quality bears. Young lady's bear out here, I told her where that hog needed to be better. I'd like to make him taller fronted, give him just a shot more cage. Again, guys, we've said this throughout. Hogs that, from a flesh standpoint, maybe aren't ready. It's the first show of the season. So, give everybody some grace, and we'll just see them as they come along. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
There has been some questions about lunch. We are going to take a 15-minute lunch break. at the conclusion of the Hampshires. Lunch break for 15 minutes at the conclusion of the Hampshires. Class 15 Hampshires entering the ring. First call, Class 16 Hampshires. First call, Class 16 Hampshires.
It's not something you see every day at the first jackpot of the year. Y'all need to talk about where you're putting your pigs at, what you're going to weigh them at before you start putting them all in the same class. Okay? Do the guy in the middle of the ring a little bit of a favor and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to put a real good one in this class, or maybe I'm going to put one of my better ones in the next class. Okay? No, you just all hate on Doug and put him all in the same class and just make me take too long. So thanks. Appreciate you. Guys, there's 6 or 7 in this class that can go win shows, and they can win pig shows at some point in time. And I'm not telling you there's a perfect one, but there's ones that I like quite a bit in this particular class and where they're good. But if you know me, you know build, balance, comfort with extras is where I lie. And that's where the top pair of this particular, they come. And one's just a shot more elegant. He's a shot more comfortable. But there's one that's just a shot stouter and bolder everywhere. One I think is a shot more proportionate. I think he's wild from the side. Young lady's in the white's going to win this particular class. Young lady in the blue stripe's going to be next. And there's certainly, he packs more punch in his forerib. He's a stouter-ended bear that's got more spread up high. I didn't think that bear was as naturally tall-shouldered. I didn't think that bear was as naturally just comfortable in terms of his rear step. And I did take a little longer, and you can blame me on that. I think a high-quality pair for sure within this particular go. This young man's bear, you know, if we propped him up and stood still from a picture, I think that particular bear certainly is one that you could get behind. He is tall-fronted, short-backed. He gets too swingy and short-stepping when you get in behind him. He does pack some punch, and that's good. He's not a bear that, you know, he gets a little swingy for me. This bear is the one that I have some issues with or where to put him, okay? Because he's broad, he's dense, he's built like a man in terms of his feature, in terms of his underpinnings for sure. That bear's got more cheek. He's not as tall-shouldered comparatively within such a wild class of bears. This bear right here is going to probably come up and bite me long term because that bear, you know, looks like he's on the way up, looks like he's going to be a big bear, and you love his balance and you love his build. He's a high-headed show hog that ties his neck in right into the top side of his shoulder. Does he pack as much punch? Does he have as much outlying feature down low as some of those others? But his balance and his build, his skeleton's very good. Just doesn't maybe come with some of those extras. The extras certainly lie in the bear that's next. Again, that guy is fit, maxed out, presented wild. I mean, that thing's got a stout noggin tied on top of a tall front end. That hog becomes too swingy. He needs to go better for me long term. If he does those things, you won't beat him because of the where he's good. That is an absolutely wild animal from the side. I need to make him go better for me. Young man, you just ran into a very challenging class. That hog's from the side is comfortable and good, just doesn't pack as much feature, as much power, as much look, a little blander comparatively, but a hell of a class. My compliments to those kids. Put your hands together for that particular class of hamsters.
Second place Hampshires, please make your way to the ring. Second place Hampshires, make your way to the holding ring.
In typical fashion, build and balance and proportions matter to me, and especially this stage of the game. The young lady in the pink has our class winner. I think he has the perfect head shape. I love everything about him, from his shoulder, from his everything forward. He's more comfy than our second place Barra. Does he pack as much punch? No, he does not pack as much punch through the center portion of his body as does our second place Barra. But his intangibles of presence, head shape, arm shape, and proportionality is absolutely unrivaled within this particular class. Young lady does a fabulous job driving this particular Barra. Perfect pace, perfect speed, perfect skin and hair. This particular Barra, from a preference perspective, is just carrying a little more for me in terms of his cheek, and more concerning. That hog's about as wide as we need to make him. He gets just a shade shorter stepping when you compare him to our class winner. Extremely high quality second place Barra, in my opinion, with a very tough class. But taking nothing away from third and fourth, I think those hogs definitely have value and have quality. Young man there in the reddish colored pink shirt there has got a Barra that's stout featured, stout armed, long built, maybe not as elegant up front, not as balanced from the side. Neither is the Barra that's going to come in third. That Barra in 3 does have a shot more punch, or 4 over here has a shot more punch. I get concerned about his front foot long term and where it fits in terms of his pasture and set. A Barra, though, that very, very highly presented, very flexible from the side. I think a very high-quality show pig. After that, we get into some pigs that are coming out here within this particular class. There we go. The young lady there in the red. That hog just becomes a little off balance for me. He's stout-featured. He's got a big arm. He's got big feet. A Barra, though, that when you start to view him from the side, just becomes a little lower-shouldered. He doesn't balance as well. I don't get into length of body discussions too much, but maybe it's his extra length that kind of throws him off just to shade. Young lady's Barra that comes out next, he's got some wild pieces in terms of his head and his neck, and his top line is very, very wild. I don't think he's figured out how he wants to use his shoulder and how he wants to travel there. He becomes twisted and bent out of his blade and out of his knee. I need to change the way that he's constructed there up front. But another very good pig. Young man brings a very basic, correct type of gilt. Maybe doesn't have any of those extras as does the other. A little extra stifle that doesn't maybe match everything up front. Then the young lady's Barra that comes next is one that maybe relative to where he fits in this class becomes a little out of place. He's a little big. His jawline concerns me. I think once you get that hog put together, his pieces are very good. He just throws out of balance here for me. High quality class. Put your hands together for those kids.
We are beginning the Hampshire drive. At the conclusion of the Hampshires, we will take a 15-minute lunch break.
Man, the Hampshire show's been very, very good. And if you know where I'm from, most show judges, me included, are just trying to get through the Hampshires because they suck. I mean, just in general, they're not as good because they're pure. You guys don't have to live in that world, and I'm very envious of you because that breed is probably not as elite and as good as some of these that are out here now. I think you can make a case for several of these because of quality. It is just so good and it's so wild. But for me, it comes down to a pair of them. And there's a shot's worth of difference. One's a little longer stepping. One's got a perfect head shape. That's not taken away that the other one doesn't. But I think when you study this particular pair that's traveling out here in front of me, they're very good ones, and they're not exactly the same, but they represent the same kind in terms of quality. I love their balance. I love their build. I love their presence. There's one that I make zero excuses for that I think is an all-time or long-term. Young lady in the white's going to have our champion. We drop that second in, and there's no question he becomes an immediate contender within this particular drive, and it's amongst the mare that he's driving next to. I think a pair of bears that are very, very unique and very, very high quality. The guy tomorrow, might change everything that I do today, and that's certainly fine. I'll tell him that he's wrong, and that's okay. All jokes aside, it'll be very interesting to see how all this kind of sorts out. I think there's one that's just a notch more unique in terms of his length of body, one that's just a notch taller up front, and I thought it was close out there for champion young lady in the pink's going to be reserved.
Congratulations, Hampshire exhibitors. Champion Hampshire, Cambry Wilson, and reserve was London Fultrell. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We will do first call for Class 17 at 12:55. 12:55 will be first call for Class 17. First call, class 17, lightweight Poland's. First call, class 17, Poland's. First call, Class 18 Poland's. First call, Class 18 Poland's.
Very good class to get us fired up after lunch with a dominant class winner, in my opinion, and that's the young lady with the purple striped shirt here in front of me. A Poland Bear that doesn't come around every day in terms of his build and his balance. You know, is he as stout as some? No, but he is by far the best built one in this particular class. I think it's certainly up for debate after that. And, the next one that I think has as brightest future is young lady in the red. That's a wild-looking, neat built bear from the side. Again, doesn't pack as much punch as some others, but his build and his presence is next level. Young lady, you do a fine job driving that particular gilt that's going to be third. If she'd relax her rear foot and her rear pastern just a little bit, I think that would certainly aid in her advancement within this particular class. She's a little stilty off both ends of her body. She relaxes. I think very, very good. Same goes for the bear next. I thought the difference between third and fourth was he's got just a shot more cheek than that particular gilt does. He too is just a little straight off both ends, but he's short backed and stout and heavy legged. Young man, this bear is going to be a very good heavyweight type of Poland bear. Once he kind of recovers from his surgery and kind of fleshes and starts to kind of just come back together, he's a little flat and a little concave everywhere. I want to relax him just a shot there from behind. And then the young lady's bear here, another wild one. When maturity gets into his favor, I think he's certainly one that could challenge some of these. He's wild-headed. He's just a little too straight off both ends of his body for me. A great class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 18 is entering the ring.
a challenging trio to put together because none of them maybe are perfect, and where you're gonna kind of put things together. My read is they all could be just a shot better in terms of their rear joint and their rear flexibility. One that's just a notch more unique from a profile perspective with all the extra feature and stoutness is the young man here in the pink. He's going to win this particular class. The young man in the black is going to be second. He's the most like that particular bear from the side in terms of his proportionate look. He's a stout-legged, very well-presented bear. Maybe not as tall-shouldered and as short-backed as that particular bear that wins, but a very, very neat bear. The problem for me lies in the bear in third. Where do you sit on his feature or lack thereof? And if it comes long-term, his balance and proportions is very, very good. He does give up, though, relative to the spread that he's got up high. His balance is thrown off for me a little bit because I need to see more feature down low. He's got some class-leading advantages in terms of rib cage and muscularity. His squareness is good, and there's times it all kind of comes together, and he wants to relax and flex the right way. There's also times he gets going so quick and he gets his hind leg tucked. I think a very bear that could be first or third for sure, in my opinion, within this particular class. The bear that comes out next, I think maturity is going to work in his favor. He's propped up and tall-fronted. He's got a neat look. His lines are great. That's a hairy, stout one. He needs to relax his rear foot and rear ankle and flex better as he goes. Same goes for the next pair as they come out. Hogs that just need to be better skeleton for me long-term to get them inside the top four. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Showing for champion Poland. First call, class 19 spots. First call, class 19 spots.
We drop our firsts and seconds back out here, and it's certainly up for debate in terms of where you want to lay your priorities. There's one, though, from a comfort level, extras perspective that I think is unrivaled out here. The young lady out of the first class will be our champion. Reserve will be out of the second class.
Champion Poland, Braylon Creech, and reserve Canton Overstreet. We are now showing class 19 spots. First call, class 20 spots. First call, class 20 spots.
Another nice class out here with the spotted young lady right here that's mean mugging me when she comes out is going to win. And I love that bear's balance, his proportions from the side, his skeleton is unrivaled within this particular class. she's the place to start for me. After that, there's one that rivals that one in terms of proportionality and stoutness. Maybe not as just tall-fronted and as attractive from the side. Young man right here is going to be second in this particular class. Young man there that's next to him with a shot bigger bear is going to go ahead and be third right here. This particular hog, if he would relax his rear foot and pass turn, his extra stoutness can rival those within this particular class. Young man there with the gilt, short-backed and proportionate, just needs to flex her rear joints just a shot better and fix her there out of her shoulder. But a very nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Final call, Class 20 spots. You are entering the ring. Class 20 spots.
Very interesting pair on the top end of this particular class, and the one that just balances better for me when you get off to the side and how they utilize their hind leg and their rear joint and still doesn't sacrifice power in this particular class. I think it's a give and take on the top end of this particular drive, where you put some of your priorities. The one that once he gets slowed down and everything gets put together, the young man over here to my right is going to win this class. That's an extra stout, extra big hind leg, and where he has a decisive advantage over the young man's bear that's going to be in second is where he's built there out of his shoulder. He's got more flex and set up to his knee and blade. He gets a little fast and a little swing there behind, and that's where I have some concerns for him. Young man here in the purple, if we could push that bear's blade back in him just a tick, he gets rather upright there. His hind leg's a little more congruent, a little more collected than our class winner, and that's certainly a point where you can have some discussion, and I wouldn't argue with you there, but I think a pair that warrant some chatter and some talk. The young lady in the purple striped shirt there that comes across, that bear does have a square, mobile hind leg, but for me, he wants to run downhill. His balance gets thrown off from the side in terms of where he lies in, relative to his height of shoulder. I think as the young lady here in the tan shirt, as this bear kind of gets broke and gets collected, I think this hog has a very bright future. He's square build, he's stout featured. He wants to run downhill a little bit. I think once he gets ready and gets his head to drive and collect himself, I think that bear definitely has the pieces and parts to be a very, very good one. Young man's here. This bear is extra, extra stout. The way he's built up front is a concern for me long term relative to his shoulder and his front foot. Those things kind of come together. He certainly has the stoutness and power to be a player. My compliments to everybody on a tough class.
We are now showing for champion spot. First call, Class 21 Yorkshires. First call, Class 21 Yorkshires.
We drop our first and seconds out, and I think there's one that from the side is just so my speed. I think for me, he's a undeniable champion when we get him out here. For me, our champions out of the first class and reserves out of the second class.
Class 21 Yorkshires, you are entering the ring. Class 21 Yorkshires entering the ring. Congratulations to our spot exhibitors, Letty McNabb with champion spot and Hayes McMillan with reserve. Class 21 Yorkshires, you are entering the ring. First call, class 22 Yorkshires. First call, class 22 Yorkshires.
A nice class to get us kicked off in the Yorkshires. And there's just a very wild critter off to my right that needs to win this particular class. Those parts and pieces for one of this particular color are very, very fun to study for sure. After that, there's one that just takes a longer step. He's not as propped up front, maybe not as outlandish in terms of his feature as the third place or even our class winner, but a solid bear. Bear's got a big trench working in his back. He's flexible from the side, not as tall fronted, not as wild looking. Want to maybe lay his shoulder back just ever so slightly, but the young man in the black, there's going to be second. Young man in the pink, that bear's got big pieces and big parts. I truly believe once he relaxes after his surgery there, and it all comes together, he's got big ring potential. Ideally, I'd like to see his neck tie higher out of the top side of his shoulder, relax him just a little bit there at his 10th and his midrib. I think, though, his extra feature, his short back proportions are very, very fun to study and think about long term. I think a very excellent trio. The young man's bear in fourth. That thing's wild looking. He's got a big back and he's got a big hip. A bear, though, that's just too stilty off both ends of his body. The length to his step off both ends is hindered by the fact that he's just too upright off both ends. Young lady that comes out next, one that wants to plant and come together up front. I think as you manage his growth curve in terms of how fast he comes along and where his end point is, I think is going to be paramount to how you bring him together, because he's long-necked, he's attractive up front. A bear that just needs some maturity and some stoutness, but I think a very, very good class. Young man that comes out next, one's the most immature. A bear that, definitely as time wears on, he'll have much better days ahead. But a great class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 22 is entering the ring. First call, Class 23 Yorkshires. First call, Class 23 Yorkshires.
Very neat class, and three different parts and three different pieces. And for me, the one that kind of combines the two of them, is going to be our class winner. And I need to fix him in a spot, but I still think when you proportion him from the side, his extra stoutness is the leading area why he can get around our second place, and that's the young man over here to my right. The young man here in the center, this bear just grows on you because his balance, his build, his proportions are very, very good. He's awesome from the side. His skeleton is unmatched from a build perspective. That particular bear, for me, just needs a shot more feature. He looks a little out of place in this top trio, but his skeleton, you can make a case for him to win this particular class because his skeleton is superior. I just felt like he gets out of balance relative to feature. This pig gives me problems because I'm not a fan of his head, and he's a bear that wants to roll his shoulder and compensate down low. He's got a big, big booty working in him. And I think, once he's castrated and it all kind of comes together, those pieces, I think, will start to blend better because he looks like he's put together by committee. A really long neck, huge back, huge hipped. It just needs to blend and balance better for me. But a very, very high-quality show pig to land in 3. I told this young man he could drive pigs for me any day. They're broke perfectly. Their speed's awesome. Their skin and hair is on point. I just need to fix that bear's front feet, make him more elite up front as well. A young lady does a fine job driving this particular show pig. Practical, soft, and supple-centered. A bear, though, that for me needs a shot more in terms of his feature. Need to prop him up there in terms of his height to shoulder as well. The bear that comes out next, I told this young lady, there's a lot of good in that particular hog. He's stout-featured. He's square in his build. I need to make him taller front and tie his neck better there out of his shoulder. I think with time, she gets him more broke and it all starts to come together. I think that bear has a bright future as well. This young lady as well, I think we need to chill this bear out, kind of bring him together. He wants to pigeon up front and get a little wide behind. But I think, chilling him out, there's some good pieces there of that particular pig to get better as time wears on. My compliments to those kids on a job well done.
Final call, Class 23 Yorkshires. You are entering the ring, Class 23 Yorkshires.
a challenging class because of the pieces they kind of represent and how they come together. For the one that I keep coming back to that represents build, flexibility, and kind with enough is the young man there in the center. He's going to go ahead and win this particular class. That particular hog, when he gets him collected and brought to the center, is one that is captivating from the side. He's flawless in terms of his skeleton, and he packs enough punch. The most like him is the young lady there in the red jacket. That pig is very neat in terms of his length in front of his shoulder. He's broad in terms of his density up high. That bear is not as tall fronted naturally as is that bear that wins this particular class. But again, he's a comfortable bear off both ends of his body that reads to be futuristic and could have a very fun winner. The young ladies guild is honestly the problem for me within this particular class because her pieces and parts are absolutely wild. And if I was sitting, trying to make a white bear, as this one is certainly one that would represent a lot of quality. Her proportionate length of side, her heaviness of skeleton is very, very good. I think just as she breaks and gets better, she'll be, better there. I need to tie her neck in different, just reconstruct the way she's built there out of her shoulder. But man, that is a heavy-legged, dense one that has a lot of fun breeding value, in my opinion. The young lady's bear that comes next, we just got to blow on that thing and give him some time, give him some groceries, because I think everything is good where it is. He wants to plant a little narrow and funnel up front. So once you get to blowing on him, I think it could be a lot more fun. But a very nice class of Yorkshires. My compliments to those kids.
We are now showing for Champion Yorkshire. First call, Class 24 Chester. First call, Class 24 Chester.
A nice Yorkshire show, and I think you could make a few cases for ones out here to be reserved, but there's one that from a balance and proportions and my speed I think needs to be championed, and how you follow that particular pig I think is hard to decide because of different parts and different pieces. And when you start to put those things together, for me, your undeniable champions out of Class 1, your reserve is a young man out of Class 3.
Second call, Class 24 Chesters. They are entering the ring. Congratulations to our Yorkshire exhibitors. Champion Yorkshire, Brindley Wilson, and Reserve, Bennett Barron. First call, Class 25 Chesters. First call, Class 25 Chesters. If you look around the ring, we have a lot of sponsors that have donated to help put this show on and give back to the Scurry County youth. So if you see these guys or you know some of these guys, tell them we appreciate it. We know how much work it takes to put it on and how much money it takes. So if you see some of our sponsors, definitely tell them thank you.
I'll be the first to admit this class is a challenge because I see the quality and the value in every one of these in terms of a long-term projection. And I think they all have different endpoints in mind, and that's that's going to happen at jackpot shows for certain, right? And you've got two that are build hogs from the side, and then you've got two that are just a shot more power hogs when you get into them. I'm just giving you my description of this particular set, and I would not be surprised if tomorrow they're inverted. I wouldn't be surprised if you get them all at a major if it all ends up different, just because they're all at different stages, and there's different ways that you can kind of break these down. I start to, the two build and balance hogs from the side. There's one that's just a shot stouter everywhere, and that's the tall young lady. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. The young man that's following her right there is going to be next. That's a long-necked, good-built bear. He's just a shot more fragile and a shot more a flatter bear in comparison to that particular bear that wins that this drive. Young lady in the pink is going to be 3. I think that bear has got an incredibly bright future. He's so good at the surface. He's so square and secure at the surface. That particular bear, maybe not as wild looking as our first and second place bears in this class, but man, there's just quality livestock in that particular show pig and the way that he's built at the surface. I think he's got a very good future. The young man that's going to be in 4 over here, that one's the wild one. I mean, he is the extra stout, extra heavy-legged one. The way that he uses his hind leg and he wants to just push the envelope ever so slightly for me when you get in behind him, but I think a very high-quality one. Whatever you want to do with that top 4, certainly one. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you at all. Another problem child for me in this class is this particular bear here. I mean, that thing's hind leg is extra stout. He's got a big rear paw and a big rear foot. That particular bear's front foot is a concern for me long-term in terms of how he keeps it together. Young man that comes out next does a fine job driving pigs for sure. And this bear just comes in more pieces and parts. I wouldn't be surprised if long-term, because of the extra set that he's got, and when he matures into himself, if you will, I think that bear has a lot of value. Today, he's the shallow, tighter-hearted option within that initial group. The bear that comes next is one that just runs downhill a shot, just not as stout everywhere as the rest in this particular class. A challenging class, I'll admit, but my compliments to those kids.
Class 25 Chesters are entering the ring. Class 25 Chesters. First call, class 26 light crosses. First call, class 26 light crosses.
I think an interesting pair of Chesters on the top end of this particular drive. And the one that I come back to that brings the extra stoutness, same balance from the side, maybe not as neat and geeky necked, but he stays better there in terms of his front foot when he meets the surface. The young ladies bear is going to win this particular class. This particular bear right here is why I don't own Chesters, because they scream, they eat their pigs, they're unpleasant to be around. And this bear has not really changed. She just wants to scream and be annoying. But all jokes aside, that's a good show pig. I worry about his front foot just a shade as he wants to paddle and flap it up front. He's not as stout as our class winner at the surface. I think a pair that fit together quite well. Young man's bear, I thought really had a chance in this particular drive when he first come out. He's tall fronted. He's good in terms of his hind leg. But as he comes at you at this particular size, I'd like to, gauge his chest, open him up, change his front foot just a shade. Young lady that's in 4 has a very good show pig from the side. He's balanced. He's correct. He just gets outpowered in this class. He's too fragile down low to match those particular bears up front. Young man's bear that's next. Wherever you want to put him is fine. He is extra stout and extra hairy. He's got bend and flex to his hind leg. I got to change the way he's built there out of his shoulder for me. Young lady's bear that's next is another one that's green and immature, and that's okay. I just need to see just more natural swoop and swing and cage shape to that particular bear long term. The bear that comes out next is one, as he relaxes and gets more collected, another bear that you like in terms of his proportionate length of body. Just need to clean him up in his face and make his bone match his body. And the gilt that comes out next, need to clean her up front as well. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
We are having the breed drive for the Chesters. Second call, class 26 light crosses. Second call, class 26 light crosses.
An interesting Chester drive. I think you can make a case, obviously, for 5 or 6 that we've seen in this particular breed today, but maybe none that have, just grabbed you and said, "Hey, this is where I need to be." But I think there's a pair from a balance and build, proportionate view from the side that fit together for me. The pair out of our first class will be champion in reserve.
Congratulations to our Chester exhibitors, Champion Chester Reese Huffaker and Reserve Mason Sawatsky. Class 26 is entering the ring. Class 26 entering the ring. First call, Class 27 Light Cross. First call, Class 27 Light Cross.
an interesting trio of light crosses out here, and I think you can certainly discuss this top trio. But the hog that balances and builds and puts everything together for me within this particular drive is the young man to my left. He's going to win this particular class. His head and the way he ties it in up front is good. His balance and his build is exceptional within this particular class. Young man that comes out next, and I think if this gilt wanted to drive at the speed that would allow his little legs, and trust me, bud, I'm little-legged too, so keeping up with him is something that we challenge with. Not as just neat up front, not as tall in the front of her shoulder, but if you prefer her stoutness of feature, heaviness of leg, I can certainly get behind that. I think that's a neat built critter as well. Young man's Blue Bear, that thing is choked out up front, tall-shouldered, heavy-legged. I need him to just open, and his forerib shape is a concern for me. I want to push him back there just a shade in his shoulder, but still a high-quality show pig in his own right to be in 3. The young lady that comes out in 4, another one that's got a stout mug and a broad eye socket about him. He's big-armed. The bear wants to be just a little more soft there in his front foot. Doesn't balance the same as some of the other bears from the side, but man, he's got some arm and he's got some feature. You like that about him for sure. Young man's red belt comes out, and I always got a soft spot in my heart for a red belt, and that thing's pretty wild looking. I need to open him and just flesh him just a shade. Understand that he's not very big either, but that's okay. Young man's Blue Bear that's next, extra heavy boned, super stout. I need to redesign and flex his hind leg just a shot better. A young lady that comes out next has got a neat bear from the side. I just need to flesh and punch on him just a shot more long term. Same goes for the young man that rounds us out. Nice class of blue pigs. My compliments to them. To these showmen, put your hands together for those exhibitors as they head back to their trailers. Another nice class of blues. It kind of fits together really well for me. The hog, if he had just a shot more belly, I think it balances him. It makes him really undeniable. But he's got the head shape and the feature and the comfort level that it takes to win a big show. And that's the young lady's Blue Bear off to my right. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. After that, the young man's bear, you really like his balance and you like his build from the side. that view coming at you. He's too concave there in his chest. I get concerned about that. Now you punch on him and you blow him and everything kind of comes together. He certainly can be a player, but I'd like to stouten his lower jaw as well. But a nice show pig. Young man's bear that's next, a pig that's long-hipped and good moving, but a bear, though, that I need to pick him up on his front foot, make him just a shot taller, fronted as well. The fourth place bear that comes out next is one that, man, that thing's got a stout head about him. He's got a broad back. Everything from his hip forward is something that I can strive and get behind. It's his hind leg that needs to go better for me to get him up within this particular class. Young lady, I told you the next two where we needed to make him better, just fix him from a skeleton and feature standpoint. But a nice class, fits together well. Put your hands together for those kids.
We are now showing for champion light cross. First call, class 28, dark cross. First call, class 28, dark cross.
The light crosses have kind of been a little hit and miss in places, and that's certainly to be expected. They've been hard to find and hard to make and hard to put together out there. I think it's it's certainly up for debate in terms of how you want to put this four together. For me, the one that checks more boxes from a squareness and comfort and big ring pieces and parts. He's a shot of belly away from being, I think, a very big timer. Our champion will come out of the second class. Reserve will come out of the first class.
Congratulations to our light cross breed champion light cross, Tatum Beck Price, and reserve light cross, Tucker Stork. Second call, class 28, dark cross. Second call, class 28, dark cross. First call, class 29, dark crosses. First call, class 29, dark crosses.
High quality class of darks that I think has some struggle because of, I think there's different endpoints. We got some expo sized bears and gilts. We've got pigs around feet for potentially for Houston, some different things like that, and how it all comes together can be a little bit of a balancing act, as a show judge. And I think on the top end of this particular pair, I know that there's certainly some differences amongst them. But for me, when I step off to the side of them, balance and build and how you put them together, for me, the young lady here to my left is our class winner. Now, I'll be the first to admit, if I could push her shoulder back just a tick, she's an undeniable class winner in this particular ring. But at the same time, I need to push her back there, and if I do that or push that bear's shoulder back, I think it's a runaway. And that's where the young lady's bear that's going to be next. I love his forehead shape. He's better there in the set and angle to his shoulder than is the bear that wins our class. But his length to his hips not as good. He's a little fleshy for me at this particular weight and size, but he's a square built, short bodied, heavy legged, big footed type of show bear that is certainly high quality. The one that gives me some concern or challenge to evaluate is this bear, maybe because he's extra speedy and extra fast. I think that's a square built, genuinely good type of show pig. He's a little longer. He's a little lower shouldered. Maybe his color pattern kind of throws his balance off just a nickel, but I still think he's high quality. One that certainly has as much breeding value and dollar figure generating capabilities is the young lady that comes next. If I could stamp that particular show pig's head on every animal that I created, it would be an absolute easy job of making high quality show pigs. I love her head shape. I love the way she's built up front. That particular gilt needs to relax her foot and her rear step a little bit. She's young, she's immature. I get all those things. That thing is wicked tricked out and very, very high value in my mind. The bear that comes out next is one of those that it's feast or famine, if you will, because from the side, that thing's very neat. Ties his head very high into his shoulder. He is as tall-fronted as any within this class. He's a little upright there in his shoulder, and at the same time, shorter and quicker to his step behind than maybe I deem ideal at this particular stage. Young man's done a nice job driving pigs all day, and this thing's maturity is just behind maybe some or maybe not as far along. He's got a huge arm. He's got a huge hind leg, and I think you have the ability to pour on that particular pig. He wants to close a little bit. I think a hog, though, that from the side is very, very neat. He's a little stilty, but, man, he does have a very bright future. I'd be excited to feed on him as well. The bear that comes out next, certainly another one very similar to that in terms of height to shoulder, geeked out looking. He's a little tight there in his rear joint. Doesn't maybe have, after you get past his hair, as much just true substance and feature. Young lady does a fine job driving this particular bear. I felt like he was the shorter, rounder hip option of the hogs in the top end of this particular class. Then we get into a bear that just needs a shot more punch, and another pig that needs to balance a lot better there that rounds us out. Very high quality class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 29, you are entering the ring. Class 29, entering the ring. There has been some questions about showmanship. We will have showmanship after the conclusion of the grand drive. Novice showers, less than 2 years of experience, no age restriction. They can be a junior in high school in 1 or 2 years, and they can show in the novice. And then juniors are 14 and younger. Seniors are 15 and older. Does not cost to enter. Conclusion of the grand drive. First call, Class 30 crossbreds. First call, Class 30 dark crossbreds.
Undoubtedly high quality trio on the top end of this particular class, but none of them are perfect, and I'll be the first one to tell you that. I'm just going to describe them for you. The beautiful thing about judging the first jackpot of the year is I'm not wrong yet. I'll be wrong tomorrow and the rest of the week. I don't really care. It's fine. But when you break these down, is I'm just going to break them down for you. None of them are perfect, but when you start putting your things together, I'm a build and balance guy. And all of them need to be adjusted in a place or two. The one that's just a shot longer in his upper hip, they all have enough feature. They're all good in certain areas. The one that I think has that extra look with an awesome set up front and more length through their upper hip. Both of these show pigs need to be better. All three of the top three need to be better in their rear pastern and joint and comfort level. The one that just has more substance down low and more length to their upper hip is the young lady's bear. She's going to go ahead and win this particular class. The young man's bear, I mean, that thing is a wild-looking critter, and I think he has a tremendous amount of upside. He has a high motor, and I think that's incredible. He's got a big, stout hind leg. Maybe not the foot, at the surface that particular bear is. And where I read him, both of these bears, and my logic putting this trio together, they're both a little shorter in their rear step, and they're shorter in their upper hip behind. Now that bear's look up front, his height to shoulder is unrivaled, and I love that about him. I just need to see it a little better. This bear's presentation, front arm, front shoulder, very, very good. I need to see him longer in his rear step, and especially in his upper hip. Sand, time, weight, all will play into the factor. You put that trio together in a major, it could get real wild and real fun. I think a tremendous trio. This particular bear does have a shot more comfort there. He's a little flatter in his foot, and I want to relax his spine. Young lady does an absolutely bang-up job driving this particular pig. I want to relax his spine, make it fit together just a little bit better when you view him from the side. Then we get into the next group of hogs that just need to be built better from a skeleton perspective, or just made a shot stouter to be more competitive in such a class. Maturity, time, all of those things will play into this particular bear's favor. He just needs to go a shot better out of his rear joint and have a shot more feature. Young lady's bear, I love his head shape and his stoutness up front. He too needs to have a shot more feature. A problem bear for me here. He's super stout, extra bold everywhere. Need to see him go better. I think time will be in his favor. Young lady's bear here needs to have a better set of rear feet on him for me. And then we get into the last bear there. Just his front foot concerns me from a long-term perspective. But I think a great class, a fun one to think through as a show judge. My compliments to those kids.
Class 30, you are entering the ring. Class 30 in the ring. First call, Class 31, Dark Cross. First call, Class 31, Dark Cross.
Another good class, and that's a wild, wild animal that's going to win this particular drive. And where he lies ahead of the bear that's going to be in second is just sheer look and shape up high. And he does so without looking quick and advanced. He is stout. He is burly. He has got an incredible head. And where he lies over this bear is just true when you get into a muscularity. This bear is very good from the side. He's awesome in terms of his balance, and his lines are very, very neat. He just doesn't have that extra that bear that wins this particular class, especially in his jawline and in terms of his back shape. He does have a shot more flex right there to his rear pastern and foot, but man, he got beat by a buzzsaw on this particular drive. Young lady, this bear is very basic and correct in his kind. He needs more feature to get around the top pair in this particular class. Young lady, you've drove a very good set of pigs to me all day. I need to relax his spine and his rear leg just a little bit to make him balance just a shot better within this initial four. We get into the fifth place bear that comes out in a very, very good class. Is a bear that extra stout, extra heavy-legged everywhere. You love it, his feature and his bone. He just gets too stilty off both ends of his body for me to get him higher within this particular class. This bear that was given this young lady fits, I think, does have a bright future. He's long-necked and long-hipped. He gets a little out-featured in this particular class relative to bone and power. I think maturity certainly is in his favor. You love the length to his step and the functionality to his hind leg. He just gets outpowered in this particular class. Then we get into another bear here that just doesn't like he's kind of fleshed ready yet. A bear that lost his manhood recently probably and just needs to be more comfortable, kind of get himself together. Same goes for this calico bear. Maybe just not as tricked out and as neat looking everywhere, but he's very basic and correct in his kind. I need to just change the way he comes out of his shoulder there, but a nice bear in a very good class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 31, you are entering the ring. Class 31, entering the ring. Canton Overstreet, will you please come to the announcer stand? Canton Overstreet. First call, Class 32, Dark Cross. First call, Class 32, Dark Cross.
another challenging class. Just because of the pieces and the parts within this particular class are kind of all over the place. There's one that was out without question the best and most complete one within this class, and I think complete can be misconstrued negatively at times, but there's one that's my speed from piling some extras but still having the right build and the right look, and her build and I'll key on that point particularly within this particular class is why she wins this drive, and that's the young lady there and with the red belted the red striped shirt on. I thought that pig was correct in terms of her front foot, good in terms of her rear joint, and just better in terms of her rear leg assembly than maybe another one or two in this particular drive. The young lady with the socked barra is going to be second. That barra from the side is very, very neat looking show pig in terms of his head shape and his balance. Maybe a little squishier or softer right there. I love his futuristic kind in terms of where he's at. There's no question the problem lies in 3. That hog's extra stout, and his front third of his body is awesome. I love his shoulder. I love his head shape. That particular pig, I need to redesign his rear leg in terms of the way that it's constructed from behind. He wants to step on the outside of his foot, push his hock. He's close without some management to being too much. He's got the wild pieces to win a big one, and if he does, I wouldn't be surprised. But today, I need to correct him in some spots. This particular gilt, very, very neat when you view her from the side. Gives up relative to feature within this initial 4 down low. She's the greenest and driest and flattest up high, but her structural assembly gets her in the top 4, no doubt, just because of quality. The young man's bear that comes out next, man, that thing's got some pieces and parts. That's a wild-necked, heavy-legged show pig, but he's close to having some serious concerns. The way that he plants and uses his rear leg is on the outside of his body. He could be Bowie pretty quick if you're not careful, and I want to watch his front foot. The young lady's bear that comes out next, from a balance perspective, is where I need to change him. Prop him up front, make him taller shouldered so that it fits together from the side just a shade. But man, he's got a good front foot. He's correct in terms of his squareness going away. Just need to balance him better. Young lady's bear comes next. A little more pieces and parts for me. A hog that's got rib cage and center fill, but at the same time, he looks a little cheeky. Gets his spine just a little high there, not as balanced, if you will, from the side. This bear here, I mean, this may not have been the best class, but it might have been the deepest from a quality standpoint. I need to reconstruct this pig's rear leg to make him softer jointed and more fluid. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids.
Class 32, you are entering the ring. Class 32, entering the ring. First call, class 33, dark crossbred. First call, class 33, dark crossbred.
A nice pair on the top end. One that's just better in his basics at the surface is the young lady's Calico Bear. That particular hog is stouter armed. He's better and more mobile out of his hind leg, and he maybe not as tricked out in the top side of his skeleton in terms of shape, but his basics I feel like are one that I lean towards just a shot more. This young lady's bear is one that I think once he kind of collects himself and gets it right, he's a fun one to study. Presented absolutely maxed out. I love that about him. I need to change his jawline. I also need to change the way that he moves out of his upper hip. He wants to shorten there, doesn't want to flex and drive and go with the fluid motion that maybe does our Calico that wins this particular class. In a challenging class, putting those positives together can be hard, but I think this bear that's in 3 from the side is as captivating. I love his head shape, very capably driven, a tall-shouldered bear that's got some feature. His view coming at you needs to be better, and long-term, I think once you get to shove on him, I think that could certainly do that. The black bear that comes out next, one that can grab your attention because his head shape's incredible. I love his height to his shoulder, the stoutness to his feature. He wants to plant and push on the outside of his body there just to shade and close up underneath a little bit. But for an all-black bear to have that kind of feature and stoutness, he certainly has a captivating head shape and look about him, very capably driven as well. The young lady's bear here, I think it's a situation where this particular pig wants to just either go to the bathroom or doesn't want to, right now he's probably more relaxed than he was in terms of his rear joint and mobility than he was the entire time when he came out here earlier. Now, generally speaking, he needs to have a shot more feature within this particular class and open him a little bit, but he's moving better, he's more collected. I love his height to shoulder and his balance when you get him moving in the right direction from the side. The bear that comes next is one that I certainly think could make you look silly long term. His height to shoulder, his balance is very good. He's got a big hind leg when you crawl in behind him. His arm shape is just more fragile relative to this particular class. I need to see him stouter, bulkier everywhere. Long term, though, when you get to shove on him and you time him right, I think he could be a very, very fun show pig to get ready. The bear that's next, one that just falls out from a balance perspective. He ties his neck too low into his shoulder. A pig that doesn't have, a loose enough, rear joint to travel and compete within these particular goes. The bear that's next is one that covers some basics from a squareness and feature standpoint. He wants to run downhill and get too basic up front for me. But a challenging class. My compliments to those kids on a job well done.
Class 33, dark cross. You are entering the ring. Class 33, dark cross.
That's a hammer pair out here, and they're just a notch different. And there's quality in both, and there's one that's just a shot wilder, a shot just more out there. He's even a shot better in his front foot. Young man's bear over here is going to win this particular class. That's a wild-looking one, heavy-legged, still good built from the side. Young lady, this thing is absolutely presented perfectly. My compliments to you, how you've shown him. His speed's perfect. Everything is right about that particular pig. And not to your undoing, this hog's just not as wild-looking up front, not as clean about his cheek, not as tall there at the point of his shoulder. Now, he is very basic and so correct and perfect in the way that he's built. There's no question about that. I love that about that particular pig. He looks like a pig you can physically not mess up, and he's always going to be good. And he's going to be the one that surpasses some of those long-term because of how correct and good he is in his skeleton. I just, at this stage in the game, I need to watch him there just a tick. I think that's a great pair of show pigs to sit there and discuss and look at. Young ladies gilt, this gilt's one that doesn't necessarily want to drive. And when you get into a situation where both of those pigs ahead of her are just a shade longer hipped and a shade longer stepping, and a little stouter ankled and stouter featured, she falls into third. And that's no fault of anyone's. It's just a fact of how it comes. This gilt's proportions very good. She's a little rounder hipped and a little rounder muscled going away for me from an ideally standpoint. Young lady's bear that we missed coming out, this one's just very basic, very correct in terms of where he's good. He's got bone, he's got feature, just ties low there into his shoulder. He's got a shot more cheek there than maybe ideal when you compare him to that top trio. We get out in the bear that comes next. Very correct and basic, and when you view him from the side, him coming at you needs to spread his front foot. A hog that's a little flatter there in his front foot. A young lady does a superb job presenting them as well. Young man's gilt is one I wanted to talk about for sure. From the side, that thing's undeniable. Where she ties her neck and how she's built from the profile is the way I'd like to have some sows look. I need to stouten her up everywhere in terms of her front foot, in terms of the way she comes at you. In this setting, in this class, she needs to have more stoutness. But, man, she is a wild-looking critter from the side, and I commend the young man on a job well done there. We get into the next one that comes out, one that certainly has a stout mug about him. He's good in terms of his jaw. A hog, though, that doesn't balance as well. He's a little lower shouldered. I think once you get him broke and you get his nose up and it all starts to blend and balance together, I don't think there's a big hole in that particular pig. Just doesn't come with maybe some of the extras that others do in this particular class. I told this young lady, this bear is very good from the side. He's wild-headed and wild-looking. He is the most fragile, and he kind of falls out of balance. Young lady's calico, good pig, just too narrow underneath, too concave within this class. But a nice class. My compliments to those kids on a job well done.
Class 34, you are entering the ring. Class 34, you are entering the ring. First call, class 35, Dark Cross. If you have not showed your pig today right now would be the time to come on and show. Class 35, first call. Go ahead and put your hands together as we excuse these exhibitors.
Very fun pair to think through as a show judge. There's quality, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that they're not good. I mean, the whole class was good. We dismissed some that I didn't want to put last just because I thought I didn't want any of those kids to think, hey, man, I had a last place pig because they didn't. The quality's been good. The quality's been deep. Between this particular pair, they're not perfect, right? I need to adjust each one of them. One's better in his front foot. One's better in his hind leg. The one that paints the more unique, hard to make silhouette with an undeniable hind legs, the young ladies Barra is going to win this particular class. We know where he needs to be better. The same goes for the young man's Barra in terms of his rear step and his rear joint. And, as he matures, can he relax there, make it longer and more fluid? He could. His front foot's better. So if you want to make that argument and switch that particular pair or have that discussion, I'd have that with you all day. I'm not going to say one way is right or wrong, but at the same time, that was just having to make a decision. We can't sit here all day and debate it. But I think a great pair, a fun pair to think through and try to put together. Now, if this pair matures and outlasts them because of his just range of motion off both ends, I can certainly see that. Today, he gets out-stouted everywhere. We have weight declares and all those different things. This hog just kind of gives it up in this particular class from a feature stoutness. But, man, his build, his balance is awesome. I love that about that particular pig. His skeleton is undeniable. He is the most closed up underneath. He is the more fragile one of the initial three. Young ladies Barra that's in 4, certainly one that's stout and powerful. He's got an awesome head shape. He's got a broad back and a big pin set. He needs to relax and go better off both ends of his body. I think once you take his seeds, you chill that particular pig out, I think things can start to come together and he becomes a player. Young man's Barra, a very neat pig from the side. He wants to kind of funnel back to his pins. I think once that Barra relaxes also, drop his spine, make him come together. But a very good pig in his own right to wind up in this particular class. The black pig that comes out next wants to close up just a shade. For a black pig, he does have feature. He's got a good hind leg in terms of his comfort level. I need to open his knee and his chest and his forerib ever so slightly in this particular class. But a fun class. My compliments to those kids.
It is time for the last class of the day. If you have not showed your dark crossbred, now is the time. Class 35 coming into the ring. Class 35. Please put your hands together as we excuse these exhibitors back to the barn. First and second place dart crosses. Please make your way to the holding pins. First and second dart crossbreads. Please make your way to the holding ring.
What a way to end, and what a very, very good class, and a pig that's presented, flawlessly. He's wild looking from the side, flexible, square. Nice place to start. Young man here off to my right is going to win this particular class. We have a pair of bears that are very similar, in what they represent here in front of me. One just punches just a little harder in his forerib. He can crawl in behind the livestock. He's bigger pinned and stouter when he goes away. I think a bear that he maybe needs a shot of lower jaw, but a very, very good pig. The young lady right here in front of me is going to be second within this class. Young lady, you've driven a very good set of pigs, and you flawlessly drive those pigs. I commend you for that. This pig's a little more fragile there in his front foot, a little more fragile in his ankle. I love his proportions from the side, where his tail sets, his hind leg motion's very good. Comparatively against this top pair, he needs just a shot more booty and a shot more pin set going away. But I commend you on a great job driving pigs today. Young lady there in the black that comes out next. This bear is basic and correct in terms of where he is from the side. That particular pig coming at you, though, wants to cave and flatten in his front foot. I need to change that about him. I'd watch his flank, though, as well. This young man's bear here, I think if you turn him out, put him on some sand, do something with him, his pieces are just so wild. The front two-thirds of this pig are next level. His head shape, his arm shape, his hair, feature, all of those things. He needs to lengthen his step, lengthen his hip, just be better as he goes away there for me to get him any higher, but a very high-quality show pig in his own right. Great class. My compliments to those kids.
First and second place, dart crossbred should be making their way to the ring. Once we finish the dart crossbred drive, we're going to take a 7 to 10 minute break. Probably be 10 minutes, Dr. Wilson. He didn't listen. We'll take a 10-minute break after the dart crossbreds before the grand drive.
Guys, it's been a good Dark Cross show, and I think you could tell. I mean, the quality is very, very good, and you could make arguments, guys, and I don't really care. Which ones y'all like, and I'm sure I'm going to look stupid come San Antonio or Houston, like, oh man, that one Albright put fifth in class won. Cool. I'm going to forget. I don't care. It's fine. Like it's a pig show. Pigs change, and I make a living on selling feed that makes pigs change. So that's okay. Like I don't care. It is certainly fine. When we get out here in this Dark Cross, and we're going to have a champion drive here in a minute, you guys. I mean, we've got Houston size, we've got Fort Worth size, we've got whatever size y'all want to feed them for. And hell, I'll be surprised. Maybe the big one out here goes to Houston. I don't know. Like, you guys are good at this stuff. I mean, it's not my projecting. I'm just saying, hey, which one's good? Which ones do I like? There's a trio of them out here that I like a great deal. One that, when I rest on my laurels from a correctness, a build, kind, basics that is just so hard to put a hole in, and I would love to feed him every single day. Young man out of the last class will be champion. We bring that second back in, and that's a good pig, guys. I mean, his balance, his range of motion, his comfort level is good. He looks like he's going to be a man. There's another one out here that I think is an absolute wild critter. He pushes the limits for me in some places, but, man, he's one of the more memorable ones from the day. Young man over here is going to be reserve dark.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break before we do the grand drive. About a 10-minute break before the grand drive. First call, go ahead and bring your champion and reserve breeds up. Remember, we are going to go 5 deep. We'll have champion, reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Go ahead and bring your champion and reserve breeds up. The champion Yorkshire. As we are getting set, we have a whole slew of prizes that the champion reserve and 3rd, 4th, and 5th will get. They will all receive a banner. They will all receive a turtle box. Champion and reserve have the larger ones. 3rd, 4th, and 5th have the smaller ones. Champion and reserve will receive a buckle, and they will all receive a sample of microbia bugs provided by David Bray. Remember, we are going 5 deep. We are going to present our breed champions. Champion AOB, Braylon Creech. Not here. We're going to go to the second thing. Champion Berkshire, Caven Clift. Champion Durock, Cambry Wilson. Champion Hampshire, Cambry Wilson. Champion Poland, Braylon Creech. Champion Spot, Letty McNabb. Champion Yorkshire, Brenley Wilson. Champion Chester, Reese Huffaker. Champion Light Cross, Tatum Beck Price. And your champion Dark Cross, Grant Schilling. Let's put our hands together for our breed champions.
Well, folks, I'll try to keep it short and sweet. And sometimes, tomorrow you'll get to hear from one of my good buddies. And I can't wait for well, he doesn't like to talk on the phone. So it'll be a text message conversation after the pig show about how bad I did. And it'll all be enjoyable and good fun. And I knew that the pigs would be good, coming to Snyder. But I didn't know they would be, this good. We've had a lot of discussions in this industry about, how bad pigs have been recently and where they're at relative to the ideal. Guys, the top end of this pig show has been pretty darn good, like real good. And I commend the people in the back, the sponsors, everybody for putting that on, because you have the reasons, the why to bring them out and get them showed. So put your hands together for everybody that's putting this show on. Folks, I think it's, I'd be remiss to, kids, y'all want to show and y'all want to win, and I'm just as bad as the next guy. But livestock shows are where you're going to find your favorite people, okay? They are going to be the people that you will spend the rest of your life with. If it wasn't for stock shows, I wouldn't have a beautiful 7-year-old and a 3-year-old hell on wheels. They're probably watching and going to listen to me say that, but and a beautiful wife who is at home. Oh, my one thing, I'm not going to be Scott Shockey. I love Scott. I love Coach Shockey, but I'm not going to give you this big, long speech. But, show dads, I'm going to give you one piece of advice. If you're out of town and your wife's home taking care of 9, 10 show pigs at home, don't call at 9 o'clock in the morning and ask, how's it going? You might get a few F words, and the worst one being fine. It's fine. So I've got some room. I got to make up some ground at home and try to cure some things back home. But guys, it's been a very, very good pig show. You didn't come to listen to me talk, but I will tell you this: I'm giving you my breakdown of what I think of these show pigs. They are going to change. They are going to get better. Do I think there are a handful of these out here that are going to win Texas Majors? I sure hope so, because I think they're that good. I think the top end of these things are very elite show pigs. I know it comes down to a pair of them. I'm going to go out there, look at them, and give a high five to your champion. This is the last time I'm going to pick up the mic. Again, thanks, everybody. Thanks, Tyson. Thanks for I don't have to judge showmanship. Thank you. Highlight of my day. Not that I don't like showmanship, but it's hard, especially towards the end of the day. So, folks, it's been a blast. I'll be there for pictures. Again, it's just one man's opinion. You all can decide how you like them, where you want them, whatever. I think there's a pair. I don't care how you put them together. I'll go out there and give a high five to our champion through 5. But it's been a very, very good set. I'm not blowing smoke at the White Buffalo about how good the top end of these show pigs have been. My compliments to you guys. Folks, it's been a blast. Take care. God bless, and we'll see you guys down the road.
Just planning purposes, we will begin novice showmanship at 5 o'clock. Novice showmanship will begin approximately 5 p.m. Congratulations, Cambry Wilson for grand overall. Reserve was Grant Schilling with the dark cross. Third overall was Leighton Fernandez with the dark cross. Fourth overall was Landon Futrell with the reserve Hampshire. And fifth overall was Cambry Wilson with the Duroc. We will have novice showmanship beginning at 5 p.m.